Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome back. Welcome to part two of the
Yeah,
reading
another
sprints.
one.
Another one. How was your rest? You're still
Oh,
tired?
still a bit tired, but I did rest. Yeah,
Mm,
maybe I could use an hour
Mm.
nyana somewhere during the day just to nap, but
yeah. During a
Yeah,
sprint.
I think so
all
too.
good. Hmm.
Mm,
And that's the medication. Oh,
makes sense.
mm-mm-mm.
Because you're constant. The drowsiness just takes too long to to come down. I
It
know the
does.
feeling.
Oh,
I think I slept well, even though I know I didn't sleep long enough, but I didn't wake up tired because I woke up like 2 minutes before my alarm, and I'm like, what's
oh,
happening?
nice.
What time is it? Why am I awake? So I hope I don't crash by the end of the day because that's usually what happens to me. I wake up too early,
Mm.
and then later on I crash.
I told myself that the 12 o'clock break, I'm gonna sleep.
Mm,
I'm gonna nap. Yeah, for
yeah,
me to be still
so we
awake
must
later on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we, we must be focused and finish
yeah,
on time and not do funny things.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mm,
if I can hold it,
And
maybe it'll be for 12 too.
yeah, I'm planning a gym session at 12, so that's gonna be like the minute we switch. I actually need to change before the sprint ends so that
Yeah,
I
I was gonna suggest that
can leave. We
then
can go to gym,
immediately.
mm, so that I can get at least like 30 minutes in, and then I can come back in time to change again into
mm,
Right?
the right things. Hey, let's see. I don't know if anybody's here yet, if anybody's awake. Otherwise, people will find us within the sprint and then we can catch up to comments and things later on.
Mm.
sure.
But if you are here, let us know. Say hi. Let us know what your TBR is for the sprints. What are you ladies going to be reading? What's on the plans?
I'm
Well,
gonna read the book that I was reading. Allow me to introduce myself.
Introduce
Sorry, I'm
myself.
just fetching it. Yeah.
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 and I'm also gonna continue because last night. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
nice. Mm, nice. Then I'm gonna be reading Nomaswazi by Busisekile Kumalo.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard great things about
You
this
start.
book.
How far are you in it?
Your friend, remember, only read like 4 pages last
Oh,
night.
okay.
So yeah,
You sampled it. This
I
is what we
sampled
call
it.
sampling.
Yes. And I have a signed copy. This
Oh,
author is the one
nice.
author I actually met in my hometown in Heidelberg. It's that time she came to Heidelberg. She actually
I think
gave
I
me this
remember
book
you
for
telling the
free.
story.
She gifted me
Mm,
this book. So yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's so
That's so
sweet.
sweet.
I
I
had
remember.
lunch in Heidelberg with an
Mm,
author. That's
yes, when I came.
that's amazing.
Love it. We
So
love it
yeah,
for you.
the first of many.
Mm. No, it's nice to be connected to the people that
Mm,
you read, like their stories. And I feel like
yeah.
it's always nice to hear from their perspective, the reasons why they wrote the story and what the
Yeah.
point of it is. I feel like it always makes me want to read the book even more when I hear
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
author's perspective, because it's one thing to hear from another person saying, "Oh, I read this book, I really enjoyed it, I gave it 5 stars," and you're like, "Okay, sharp, I will read it." But when the author actually goes into detail of this is why I wrote this
Mm,
book, and it always happens to me I realize like at book festivals when we go and attend these sessions,
Yeah.
even books that were not on my radar, I'm like, okay, now I'm interested.
Hmm.
So,
Mm.
But you get, yeah, because then
Actually,
the author goes deep. Yeah.
yeah,
mm,
I was talking to Kando.
mm,
She's at Lit Fest as
mm.
as part of the Jonathan Ball crew. She won the that giveaway that they
The,
do. Yeah, and
for which one?
for
For which?
Lit
Oh,
Franschhoek
French.
Literary Festival,
Okay,
Lit Fest, yeah.
okay. Mm,
It started yesterday. She flew on Thursday. So we were having a
mm.
chat on the DMs, and I was like, I'm
Yeah,
so excited for you. You're the perfect
yeah.
person. And yesterday she
I
had a
go.
nonfiction session. And I think
Mm,
one or two of the authors were new to her. I was like, I've
yeah,
got two of the books. Maybe let's after
mm,
your session, you let me know if you'd like to buddy read because nonfiction, for me,
mm,
it's not my thing, and she reads widely, so she can
yeah.
actually read
Like,
or anything, basically. Yeah.
mm,
So she was like, "Oh my word, yes, that would be perfect." Because
mm,
the other book, she bought the other book that I have, but I've got two of them. Actually
yeah.
wanted to do a video of it maybe next
Mm,
week.
okay,
It's a new book, it's an anthology. So she says after the
okay.
session, she was like, "Yay, I had to buy the book because the author were like
Because
they went deep."
yes,
I'm like,
that's the
that's what happens.
thing. And that's
That's
what
what
you need. Like,
happens,
it
yeah.
makes you really, really want to read the book.
Even when
Saying
you
is
were not
here,
intending to buy the book, yeah.
even though you had no intentions, but it's like sitting there and like you get inspired by why the author actually wrote the
True.
book. And it's something that
Yeah.
you don't get to see in the synopsis. I mean, most of us don't read
Mm,
acknowledgements. An acknowledgement, it's more about
yeah.
thank you to this person and this person and
Thank you
this
to this,
person.
but
It's not really,
yeah.
yes, it's not really, this is the reason why. This is what inspired me
Why?
to write the book. Mm.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
I think authors should actually do that in the beginning of the book. Like if I go to a bookstore, I want to see that the reasons why I wrote this book.
Eh, yeah, even that book, Michelle Kakana, the one that we all got from Chakana. Did you get it,
Mm.
Notli?
Um, which one, friend?
This one
Yes,
that
that one I
Charity
got.
has.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah, the fragile mental
Yes.
health of strong women.
Woman, yeah.
That's the reason why I also gifted myself because the that evening when I went to Exclusive Books, they gave us
Mm.
a 10% discount. But
Okay.
Mm.
remember, I had talked to Jakana the week before, so I didn't know what was coming.
Mm.
So I just bought
Oh
the
yes.
book based on the
Mm.
discussion because the author
Vision. Mm.
arrived a little later after the session had started, but she also because it was like an informal setting, it was really nice.
Mm.
I don't know if you guys have seen that Assisted Books hosts homebrew market events with the authors that
Yeah.
feature on the
Uh,
homebrew magazine. So
oh,
she was part
okay.
of the homebrew market and they were all talking.
Mm.
I think Onke Mazibuko was there and another author, I forget her
Yeah.
name. Oh, and Rumbi, she's also nonfiction, and I think the mommies with the girl children should get her books. But I think she
Mm.
said
What
the
is it
book
called?
is for any. I'll tell you. I'll find my magazine and tell you the name of the book. But she does have two books, and they both
Mm.
self-published.
Yeah.
But she features on Homebrew. But I
Okay.
think the current one that she was at the Homebrew market for is called Adulting, something about adulting. But it's perfect for children who are in transition, like from teenagers who are going into varsity or high
Adulthood.
schoolers.
Mm.
Yeah, but the first one,
Mm.
perfect. Um, so we must have it in our collection for our littlies
Mm.
once they
Mm.
start being clever.
They're
Yeah.
already clever, these people. You must share it.
Mm.
they're already, they're already too
Yeah.
clever for their own good. You know what? You get shocked by
Mm.
questions they ask, and you're just like, I never introduced this topic, so
Mm.
wait, I'm not ready. I'm
Yeah,
not ready to answer this question, but you have to
exactly.
because they look at you like you're the knower of all things. They look at you
Mm.
like my mom knows everything, and they
Right?
boast about it, and I'm like, oh, the pressure.
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, but Dibuseng is here, and she's saying, "Good morning. I had a good night's rest. That's great. What are you going to be reading? Are you continuing with your read from last night? I don't think even remember what it was, but let us know what your TBR is for the reading sprint. The ladies have
Yeah.
shared what they're reading. I think when Vuvu comes, she'll tell us if she's continuing with Julie Chan. I'm gonna continue and finish Mismatched, this graphic novel by Anne Camlin. So I'll be able to finish it before. So I'm on page 177 of
Right. Tell me,
225.
on are these those books, are they on ebook as well? Those
These ones,
graphic ones?
probably. Libby usually has graphic novels as well.
You know what
And
Mm.
I
then
want
you
to
would get
read now?
what?
Heartstopper
Heartstopper.
number 5. That's yeah.
Heartstopper.
It's
I wanna
just
go
making me
back.
think of
Mm,
Heartstopper.
it
Yeah,
like it
maybe
is
I might
giving
read it. Just
it's even the author
yeah, you
Heartstopper
see.
blurbed it. Yeah, it is
Yes.
giving Heartstopper vibes, but the characters obviously like are a little bit different.
Mm.
Heartstopper definitely has my heart over this one. But yeah, I like the illustrations. I like the colorway. Still, obviously, it's like a romance, but I still don't know who the love
Mm.
interest is gonna end up being. So
Mm.
we'll see. And we're following a main character who is gay and has a you. Is it a YouTube channel? He has a YouTube channel. He's a makeup artist. So he does look of the day for people and his friends at school. So he's like a straight A student, but at the same time, he's like a gay activist or queer activist and makeup artist. But he's also full of himself. Not even a little bit. He's really full of himself. So, yeah. So that's what I'm gonna be continuing with. I will probably think someone's along. But I'll probably finish it before the sprint ends, and then I'll decide if I go straight into Witch Hat Atelier or um, read a novel. So we'll see.
Okay.
But yeah, I think maybe we should start our first sprint while we wait for people to trickle in. We know this morning one is usually quiet until we get into the first sprint. So I'm
Mm.
gonna share and then we can read. So let's start. Hello. How did it go?
Hello.
Hello. You sleeping? You sound
Mhm.
so sleepy.
Ish.
Yeah,
The
Please
kids are
looks like she
sleeping.
just woke up.
Mm. Did
The
you
kids
manage
are
to
mad at
read?
me. I managed to read a little bit only.
Mm.
Um, I'm on page 31,
Mm.
and then I went downstairs to make coffee, and the twins are mad that I'm doing sprints, and it's their school's 10th birthday party.
Oh man, when is it? Is it happening in the afternoon?
It's now this morning. So they're like,
Mm.
"Oh, are you still working? Are you gonna read the whole day?" I'm like, "The whole day and night." Oh, they're already
What
dressed and
time does it
everything.
end?
I don't know. I'll check. Ugh.
Mm.
And dad
Maybe
is
you
at
can pop
conference.
in.
Mm.
Mm.
But
Maybe
I
they went
read.
for. Okay. How's the book?
Now I understand why. I think I'm almost close to the reason why she was raised by
DNA.
her stepmom.
Oh, okay.
Mm. I think this book is going to be her reawakening and saying, no, you cannot do what you did to me, to my little sister,
Mm.
because she has a 5-year-old sister.
Ooh. Yeah.
Mm.
That becomes
Yeah,
hectic.
she has a
Mm.
5-year-old sister, so now she's going to be all protective and
Mm.
yeah,
And not let the same things that happened to her to happen to the sister.
yeah.
Mm. What's the father? Where's the father?
Ngem is there. I feel like Ngem never recovered after losing the mom.
Mm. But it's
So
difficult to also leave your kids at the mercy of your new wife. Because if you didn't
mm,
recover after the death of your wife, then you shouldn't have gotten married again
yes,
and
I
put your
want to
kids
see.
in this situation.
Yeah, I want to see the situation and how did it go.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Nancy, how did it go for you?
Yo, Mina, if I could, yes, read more and not get distracted, I would be very, very far. I am now on
Mm.
page 16. So far, so
Okay.
good. I've met Noma Swazi, such a beautiful young lady. Currently, she is actually suffering from body shaming. You see, so there's
Mm.
body shaming here, and when it comes from your family, oh, it's even
It's
worse.
always the family. It's always the
Yeah,
family.
yeah,
They feel like
it's
they have the right to tell you what's what.
uh, and for the fact that she also has that guilt. Her mother passed away when she gave birth, and she happened
Mm.
to be this big child. So now, people would say, yeah, well, the reason your mom died and all of that, you were too big and all of that. So,
Is
oof,
that what they're saying to her?
yeah, some of the comments,
I,
how people,
that's just cruel.
yeah. So, yeah. But she's doing well for herself now. She's 24. She did
Mm.
try to lose weight and she is small now. I think she's like a 32. But because she grew up with so much body shaming, she's still not happy with her body. Now she's like tiny, but she's still not
Mm.
happy. Yeah.
Because that thing, it's the trauma of it.
Yeah.
It's in. It doesn't
Mm,
just go away. Like your weight is such a sensitive thing, and I feel like people take advantage to throw their opinions on you,
mm. Because
and
this
it's
girl,
just like I don't understand.
when she was doing grade 7, she wore
Mm.
like a size 40. That's how um
Mm.
big she was. And then now she's 24. She's been losing weight. Now she's like a 32. Yeah,
Yeah.
but she still doesn't feel like how 30 size 32 people feel, how good they feel in their bodies and all of that. So yeah, now that's I think one of the topics on in the book.
Mm.
But yeah, she has a job. I don't know if these people are Swati or what, because there's a lot of like Swati random sentences here.
Mm.
Yeah, so but it's based in Joburg. Yeah, they are in Joburg. Yeah. So yeah, so far so good. I just want to see how she's gonna, because she's reaching that stage now where I think she's getting married or started dating. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Saturday. It is interesting and it's a fast read, guys. That's what I'm saying. If I can just stop being, you see how also how it's written, it goes
Uh,
really fast. The
mm.
spacing
You
and
must put
yeah,
your phone on silent and far
yeah.
away so that you
And
can.
it's not a difficult read. It's a nice read actually. So
Mm.
yeah. I'm enjoying it so far, so
Okay.
good. Looking forward to
Okay.
see how Nomaswazi is gonna make it out because emotionally she's not okay, even though she seems okay, but emotionally
Mm.
she's damaged. And also the things her father used to say, woo, not nice things to hear from your father. And the
That whole
only
family sounds
parent
toxic.
that's alive that you're staying with, yeah, she grew up in a
That,
toxic environment, emotionally toxic. Yeah, but yeah,
mm.
so
Fufu,
far
how
so
did it go
good.
for you?
No, Sham, guys, I'm not feeling well here, but
Mm,
I
same.
read, I started
You
mismatch.
look good
Sorry,
though.
I'm
Sorry, you look good though.
Yeah, yes, for
sorry,
someone
good
who
for you.
doesn't, and I like
Yeah,
the sun shining in your
The
Yeah,
face. I
sun
like that.
shining in on you.
I will just
Mm.
take what you're saying and take it as a pill in my system. But
Internalize it, please. You
yeah,
look good.
Mm.
um, I'm on page 78. I started mismatch. I'm on page 78.
Okay.
So far, so good. I'm very annoyed at the main character, but we shall see.
Yeah, I feel what you feel. I actually finished. Yeah, I finished Mismatched, and I thought that I was going to start Witch Hat. Actually, I even have my bookmark in here, but I wanted to make coffee, so I ended up listening, continuing with Air of Fire. Yeah. Oh,
Going
Sarah
down.
Jenas. Hey,
Mm.
I'm on what page am I on? I think I'm like in the 190s because I
Mm.
was busy fixing my nail while I listened. Hey, but this is book three.
Mhm.
In book one, it was more about the assassin and her getting out of this prison and this competition to become the king's champion. And then in book two, we kind of continued that story a little bit. Here we have we have creatures. Okay,
Mm.
we've got creatures because we've
Mhm.
got wyverns, which are
Okay.
basically like almost dragons. We've
Mm.
got witches, and there's witch clans, and they're
Mm.
kind of warring against each other, but they're trying to
Mm.
come together for a purpose. And like that dynamics, we've got Fae,
There's a
we've
lot
got
going on, but it
yeah,
sounds good though.
yay, there was just a scene I was not ready
Mm.
for. Like I was tabbing. There's a group of tabs that are basically like on the same page because I
Mm.
was just like,
Mm.
what's going on? So it was not my plan to read Airfire because it's just the book that I'm slowly reading and trying to annotate as I read because I had another book on my radar,
Mm.
but this is the only audiobook I'm listening to. So
Mm.
it seems it will be here and in between, but I think for the next print I'll probably start Witch Hat Atelier. Well, when I'm done with my nail
Okay.
and read that. Because I want to finish it. I don't like keeping short books like this on my TBR for more than a month. It's ridiculous. So I'm like, I can read it and finish it, and then the longer ones I will keep for like two to read
Okay.
throughout the month.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see who's here. What we saying is reading Disciple by Rorisang Tandekiso. That's Umpi's book. I know Umpi has been talking
And
about that book.
Monthly, did you finish it? I think
Yeah,
Monthly
I
was also
did.
reading it with
Oh,
Yes,
did you
us.
also
I
have it?
did. Yes, we
Okay.
read it same. We started it same time with Ompi. Yeah, it
Oh, okay.
was beautiful.
Scorpio is here, greeting everybody, and going to start The Tenant by Frida McFadden. Ooh, I think I had
Yes,
a hold.
girl. Mm.
I think I have a hold on it, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Frida.
Guys,
Frida just popped
Frida
them out.
made it to the list of my favorite authors. Eh?
Is it?
Yeah,
Mm.
Which
I
ones have you read? I remember you read The
I
Boyfriend.
mean, I've only read two, but I'm within. I'm taken.
Yeah,
I'm like,
within.
I don't
Even
have
me,
to
I'm
read 10
within.
to be convinced. Yeah.
I'm waiting for The Tenant to become available. Then, as soon as it's there, I'll be within. Jane is here. Um, Jane says the sprint is for reviewing edits, the other half is for reading and mimosas.
Yes,
Yes,
girl.
Okay, girl.
we love
I
it for
will.
you. Duguseng was greeting and seconding what Jane says, like, yes,
Now I wonder
let's do
which
this
part,
thing.
which part is she
The mimosa
seconding?
part.
Is she editing or is
Yay!
she
It's
reading?
for the memos.
Mm.
Duguseng saying my read is going so well. There's
Mm.
warmness being felt there. Jane is just having the time of her life.
Listen,
Uh, Sending
uh,
hugs to Vuvu to feel
thank you,
better.
Jane. Thanks.
Scorpio read 50 pages.
Mm.
Embodiable just joined us. Good morning. What are you reading? Greetings. Get Well Coffee Bay.
Oh,
Day
thank you,
by Vuvu.
Jane.
Mm. Embodiable says, I read a bit, but also had to take a shower and clean up a bit. So productive. We love productive. Let us know what you're reading. Embodiable is asking the Scorpio as well what they're reading. Good mornings. Good mornings. Um, Scorpio is saying, so far, it's good so far. So I'm
Mm.
glad to hear it. Like Frida's books are very quick, which is what I like.
Yeah.
People call
Mm.
them popcorn thrillers, but I love it
And
for
it's
that.
fine.
Like
You know,
it's
I'm always
fun.
wondering about these, and it's also fine. Like these book
Mm,
genre criticisms. I'm like, guys, we cannot be reading the same book as in all the time. Imagine
yes.
all the books that people thought were proper books, were the only books we
Mm,
had in our shelves. When are we going to
yeah.
laugh? When are we going to
Yeah.
sleep through a
Yes.
book? When are we like
To
honestly, we don't only
swoon.
Life
want
can't be
Booker
that
prizes.
serious. Yeah.
We don't
Mm-mm.
only want Booker Prize books here, please. We want
Yeah.
popcorn, and those authors know what they're doing. And if that's
They
what you want,
know.
we will consume it and we will enjoy it. We can't read the
Mm.
same books, please. No,
And those
no. And
Pulitzer
also, sorry,
Prize
I wanted
books,
to say it's good to love an author that does that. It's fine. You can say like
yes.
what
With
Nati was saying, that that's your favorite author, is one of your
mm,
favorite authors. That's fine because that book puts you, or their writing puts you in a certain place that you do need as well.
mm,
Not just being reading Little Life and being miserable and
ah,
putting that
and
in as
crying.
literature. That's not all that books are about. Yeah,
Yeah.
just stop
Mm.
that.
We need to enjoy our reading, feel happy about reading, not just stressed out the whole time. Because all these books that are winning these prizes, if you think about the topics that they cover, they're serious and they're like some
Yeah.
of them are very painful books.
Mm.
So we must also like the people who love their smutty romances and just want to be swooned.
Listen,
Yay, let the
and those
people
weird
be.
ones where aliens impregnate us, so one that an alien
Yay.
impregnated a shape shifting boyfriend. Yeah, I don't know what that
What?
title was. I was like, yo, 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 yo. This I know I'd
It
never
has
read,
its
but I'm like,
people.
good
It
for
has
you
its
and
people.
good for the
Mm,
person who wrote it, you know? And it's kind
Mm.
of like what we always say about television as well. You can watch a
mm,
great production and you can also
yeah.
watch trash TV. There's nothing wrong
Yes.
with that. And I don't know why we want to uh monopolize what a good book should be like. Or I don't know how to explain it.
Mm,
Like it's these
yeah.
days it's becoming so political that if you read a certain type of book, then people are looking down on you, or if you
Yeah.
usually read a certain genre that people feel like they can respect, the minute that you read
Mm,
something out of that genre, they shocked. How could you read such a book, Charity?
something like
Netuna, it's
this.
my eyes, my mind, my consumption, my
Yeah.
money. Leave me alone. Leave me
Mm.
alone.
And
You don't like the book, keep it moving. Like honestly.
I think
Yeah.
for me,
Mm.
my biggest problem is the measure of like people's intellectuals, depending on what you read.
And the thing
I
is, for
think
me,
that's
I've always found that very problematic because I feel like
mm,
the act of reading already elevates your thinking. So for
yeah.
me, it doesn't matter what it is that you're reading. It's
Mm,
already influencing your reasoning capacity. And then,
agreed.
especially if you enter a book without the notion of, I'm a reader and I'm reading to gain
Mm,
superior knowledge. I think the people that have problems are the people that open books for those
mm,
kind of reasons.
for
But if
that,
you're opening
yeah.
a book for entertainment, for the opportunity to learn something that you didn't know, for what's this, escapism, for adventure, etc., etc.,
Mm,
you will learn something in the process
Yeah.
of
yeah.
that. But if you're going in there with people must know, now I read Cafe
Yes.
Club and what,
Mm,
you're never going to learn a
yes.
thing.
Business
Even
business
Cafe
books
Club
only.
is wasted.
Mm,
Even those books are wasted on you, Chum, because you're not gonna learn anything.
mm, mm, mm. That's so true. Mbodivo says we should all just read what we enjoy. The fact that you're reading
Exactly.
is already a big thing. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Mbodivo.
Exactly.
Mm,
And I suppose what the conversation really is also that we should stop policing what other people read.
Yeah.
People
yes.
can read what they want to read. If you don't like
Mm,
it, it's not for you. Don't read it. Don't even talk about it because it's not something that you would read. So then
you
why
would
are you
read and leave
wasting
it
your
alone.
energy on something that you are not going to read? It's different if it's something that
Mm,
you tried and you didn't like it and you just want to say you didn't like it. But if you know it's something
yeah.
that you would not read, tula to me, like why are we now pointing? Tell us about what you are reading, and let's leave the people that are reading
Yeah.
There
about
are
their
other
aliens and
things.
their stuff, and let's not like make a big fuss about how you would never read that. It's kind of
Mm,
like
can also know your
it
crowd.
shows up, but it shows up in a lot of things. This thing of policing people, and it really annoys me. It's sometimes it's policing people on what they eat. You don't want to eat
Mm,
that. Don't eat
mm.
that. Why are we focusing on what you don't want? What are you eating?
Oh,
Tell us about what you
oh,
are
Mm.
eating,
the
and
diet
let's
thing is
leave.
also a big thing.
Hey,
Yeah,
the
you get judged
exercises. I
for
don't,
being.
I don't, I don't run because running is what I do. Tell us about what you do. Leave the runners
What you doing?
alone. They will tell us about running. What
Mm.
are you doing? What are you doing? Come on. No, I
Mm,
don't like that thing. Uh-uh.
yeah, and you're right.
Yeah.
Like it comes up in a lot of things. It's not just reading. Like for me, it's like
It's a
know your
lot.
crowd. Know your crowd. If you know that you definitely are not with the nonfiction people, stop following nonfiction people and being in their
Exactly.
Yeah.
comments and telling
Exactly.
them how
Andrew.
that's not the thing. Don't
Andrew,
do
Exactly.
that.
so I've been following Poppy, the Poppy Show, right?
Mm,
Yesterday she spoke about the LGBTQ plus community and
mm,
queerness, and
yeah.
someone DM'd her and they were like, like being negative. And she was like, guys, she did a story. She did a whole series
Mm,
of saying, guys, don't come here and police. Queerness is not a sin. I believe that it's my page, my
mm.
rules. You log off or delete
Get
me. Don't
out.
follow
Let go
me. Don't
off.
interact with me.
Exactly.
Like
Yes. Know your
don't
crowd.
don't tell people what to believe in. Don't tell people how to raise their kids. Don't tell people
Yeah.
how to live. Just go away.
Mm.
Mm.
Go
Mm.
find
Yeah.
your
And
crowd.
those things for me, I feel like they're about tone because Vele, we are in a very information dense society, right? So you
Mm.
can
Mm,
tell, okay, maybe not tell, but what I'm trying to get at is that you can tell me something, but it depends on your tone whether or not I
Tone.
will learn anything from it,
thing
right?
from
So
it.
Mm.
you can
Yeah.
want to tell me and teach me, and I can say, okay, I hear you on Pino, but I still don't agree, and it doesn't have to be a fight because of how
Yeah.
you approach the subject and the situation. But now
Yeah.
what we're finding is people wanting to say it's my way or no way.
Oh,
I'm
that.
right,
Yeah.
you're wrong, and so
Jan.
Yeah.
that's what I have a problem with. Don't do
Mm.
that. Don't do
Yes,
that.
you're right about that because we all have that information. The same internet where
Mm,
you found your information is the same internet where I found
mm,
my information. So
mm,
if what I found works for me, let me be.
mm, mm,
Don't come tell
mm,
me I'm wrong.
mm, mm.
Scorpios agree. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
no.
people need to stop this. They need to stop it. The
And that's
internet
why I
gives
even
people
hate
too much
those,
power.
and that's why I even hate those like prefixes to these genres, popcorn, thriller, whatever you call this. Like,
Trash TV.
why are we doing that? Why are we
Yeah.
doing these things? Like, why?
Mm, Leave it alone. And also, I don't like people who go to consume content for hate.
Yeah, to bash.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
you know you don't like this thing.
Mm,
Why are you watching it just so that you can find whatever's wrong with it?
mhm, mhm.
Why are you doing
Mm.
that? Why are
That is
you
the
that
thing.
person?
That's the problem. That's the problem, and I don't get it. It's the same with what we were saying about people who read a book from page 1 to page 300, only to go and rate it 1 star. All your time, like
Why?
also you must also respect yourself. Like respect yourself. No, a big sayers like love yourself enough
That's
to
a
say
DNF.
let me stop
Like,
reading this book. You cannot be pushing
guys.
through a book so that you can make noise about how much you hated it. Love yourself enough. Respect your time.
Mm,
Respect yourself. Again.
mm.
Mm-mm,
You said it right. They
mm-mm,
must respect them, but they also don't respect
mm-mm,
themselves
mm-mm,
and they don't
mm-mm. And
respect
your
their time.
time. Love yourself, please.
Mm-mm.
You cannot be reading 300 pages so that you can go on the internet and make a noise about how much you hated. Who was forcing you that? Is this a school book? Is this something that
Imagine.
you needed
Mm.
to progress in life? Why who forced you to do
Why were
that?
you there?
No. Absolutely not.
Mm-mm.
People are
Mm-mm,
weird. Mhm.
mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. And it's this
Then just
power of the internet because I'm like,
Mm.
yes, I don't know because I saw you responded. You were touched by that video that I did when I was saying,
yo,
you know what, you can review.
I
I
was
did some video on
touched.
TikTok. I'm like, I'm just trying to understand. Yes, review a book. You can read a book that
Mm.
okay, fine. It's not gonna be a 1 star. I'm assuming every time all the
Hmm.
time too. And I wasn't referring to the 1 stars, but I'm like, you can read
Mm.
a book that you didn't like.
Yes.
The minute that now you coming for the author, the publisher, the but everything you're saying is an opinion. It's what you
Mm.
didn't like. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily
Yes.
about whether or not the story could reach somebody else and somebody else might enjoy it. It's also
Mm.
personal. But because now you are booked on charity and you've got people following you for your book reviews, people are taking it as a review. And you
Yes.
are going on and on and on about how terrible this book is and
Mm.
how nobody should read it and how I'm like, you know what? I think we should find ways to talk to my baby's turning 8 on Monday, guys. She's so
What?
Happy
cute.
birthday.
Wow.
Yana
What a big
girl.
girl. You're such a
Look at
big girl.
her
I
without
can't
a
believe it.
tooth. So
Because
cute.
Yeah.
you want to hear what they
They
said.
grow up so fast.
You look so cute without a tooth. Oh,
Yeah.
smile.
Yo.
Happy
Hello, my
birthday for
girl.
Monday.
Happy
Happy birthday
birthday.
in advance.
Mm-hmm. What are the big plans? What are your big plans for your birthday? What were the big plans? You must tell us.
Hey, people who are 8 must start doing their own birthdays. Hi,
That's
God.
why I'm like, what? I'm asking her, what is your big plans? Your big plans.
Go around this way. Do you wanna Josh? Okay. So
Mm.
yeah, no, I was saying, why are they doing that? Because
Mm.
I can say, you know what, this book for me, some people I even say there was no character development, the storyline was wishy-washy, the plot was whatever. That for me, I'm like, okay, I can hear why you are saying this is not a book that the next person might
Mm.
enjoy. But when now
Mm.
it's like an attack on everything, the entire industry, all authors of
Yay,
a
They
certain
all
time.
failed.
people can be
Get
Everybody
out of
failed.
personal,
here with that.
rude, and
Get out of here
unnecessary,
with that.
honestly.
You know?
Mm.
If
Short
they
of
have
a
a
certain
personal
time.
fight to pick with the author, they must do it in the
Take it out
inbox,
from
not
here.
with all of us watching. Hey, bo.
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
They
All
must leave the
right.
authors alone. They mustn't go to their
And they are
inboxes.
very quick, especially locally. It's like they don't see our local authors.
Yeah, they
They
don't,
won't
Sham.
they, they won't do that
Mm.
to both Sarah Sheamus and
Sarah
all
James.
these
And we've
Mm.
read
international
some, but
authors.
we've also
They
read
would
some bad
never,
international books, and
they
people
would
really did
never
good. You're right,
give them
actually.
a local author. Woo.
You're right.
Mm.
And for me, the talk about local authors and how the books are, it's really very concerning to me because I'm like, when you read a Nigerian book, you don't
Yeah.
compare it to a South African book. You don't
Yeah.
compare it to an American book. You open the book
Yeah.
and you expect to read a Nigerian book. So I don't know this
Finish
thing that
and
you're
Mm.
love it.
expecting to see. I don't know this thing that you're expecting to see when you open a South African book. Because for me, it almost
Mm.
feels as though you're expecting to see a Nigerian book in a South African author's work. Do you hear what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And now you
Yeah.
are
Mm.
judging it by that standard. And I'm like,
But Mama understand it.
failing. I'm failing to understand. I'm failing to understand
Mm.
because no, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make
Mm.
sense.
It
But anyway,
doesn't.
Hi. We've got Sammy who joined us. Good
hi,
morning.
Sammy.
Morning,
You finished
Sammy.
your book yesterday. How are you feeling? Are you
Did you sleep? I don't think she slept. That's why.
Mm.
Oh, thank you, Scorpio.
Happy birthday. Good morning to Sammy. Okay, I'm gonna put a 1 hour timer and yeah, let's read, be productive. Oh, careful.
Oh,
Talk to you
Hello,
now.
morning.
Nia.
Okay. Everybody's saying good morning. She can't hear you. All right, I'm gonna put our
I think Sammy
timer.
responded to you.
What does this mean?
Is that
Nothing
the
does.
page number?
There's no way that page is a
No,
thousand. I mean, that book is 1,000
it's
pages.
not.
I, I
Sammy,
I
what
think
does
maybe
this mean?
she's on 94.4% because I think the other time
Okay,
yesterday she said 90. I think because then I'm like that's
okay.
not a page number. Absolutely not. Mm-mm,
There's a point. There's a decimal
mm-mm.
that's missing there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're celebrating for
okay.
the birthdays.
For
Oh yes,
Mondays.
it's
Yay.
Yeah.
94%.
Oh,
Okay,
94%. Ah, you are
can't wait
done,
to
Mom.
hear how you feeling at the end of it. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna start our next sprint, and we'll catch you in an hour. Um, how did it go?
I didn't read. I made some food, went
Mm,
on TikTok. I think the next sprint, I'm just gonna lie down and try and read and maybe take a nap because I don't know. I think this child gave me whatever she has. Focus on.
mm. Oh, she's sick.
Yeah, she hasn't been feeling well. And
Who's
one day
sick?
she's okay, the next day she's not fine. So
Mm.
Iana.
yeah,
Oh
and then
no.
also she's I won't say it's a bug because it's gone on for quite a bit. She is on medication. Like I'm saying, one day she's fine, the next day she's not. But then they both
Mm.
have the flu. So I'm just fighting that I don't have
There's
the flu at
nothing.
all. Eh,
Mm. Because that's the thing, it's very difficult to stay away from it when the kids are there. They want to hug you, they want to kiss you, they want to talk in your face and cough
especially
in
when
your
they sick,
face.
guys. Like I feel that's why I'm
Mm.
always the flu. You're not. It's a parasite. Okay, again,
Yeah.
it's looking for its
Mm.
next host. I
It is. It's almost
because
like
they
it makes you
always
want to transfer it.
when they sick, it's worse. They just want to
Mm.
be all over the next person. I
Yeah. Sure. Nanti, how did it go for you?
I was productive
Mm.
and I did manage to read a few pages and I made food. So yeah, I'm covered for the morning. So yeah, so far so good with my book.
Mm. Nanti?
Um, I tried to, you know, holding the book for me gets tiring because of the hand. So I prefer reading on the
Yeah.
tablet, the Kindle, and the
Mm.
phone. So that's what I've been doing. But now I wanted to see where in the book am I.
Okay.
I'm almost on page 40 because I'm on 39.
Mm.
So I am reading.
How's it going?
I actually got to understand how did um Anuri means joy, by the way.
Okay.
Anuri Kinasa, her dad lost a mom when after Anuri was born. So I don't know if anyone is gonna read the book or must I tell you guys?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So Anuri's mom died after giving birth, not during the birth. So the night she gave birth, she was fine. I guess it was a series of like um deaths before Anuri was born of babies. She was the
Mm.
fourth pregnancy, and so she survived, and the mom didn't survive because she got an embolism, and they caught it immediately after the birth, and they actually operated on her like 6 hours
what a
later.
Grey's Anatomy. Oh, she had a what? An embolism when I Meredith.
Tommy,
Hmm.
bengayazi lezi zinto manje.
Hi.
Thank you.
Dr.
Please
Gray.
recognize me.
Hmm.
I am a thorough Grey's Anatomy fan. I even know all the terms, even this term for this thing that I had. I knew it because of Grey's Anatomy.
Oh yes, when I go.
So she was saved. She got the embolism at night, and then 6 hours later, she after giving birth, she was back in her room with the child, and they fell asleep, and only two of them woke up. So, as much as the doctors caught the embolism, they didn't catch the brain aneurysm that ruptured while she was sleeping, and she was gone. So the grief that her father raised her with is what he experienced when he lost the love of his life. And so they had plans. So now he raised Anuri based on the dreams and the plans and all the things that they had planned with Kainene. Kainene is Anuri's late mom. And so he moved from home to London, and he put himself into his work. He was an engineer. He worked and worked and worked, and the aunt lived in London, so obviously the aunt would help with taking care of Anuri for a bit. They moved when she was 3 months old, and a year later, I think he ended up. She fell sick, and he had a scare again where she had like an ear infection, and he thought she was dying, like the wife. And after that, he decided that raising a child is not a one man job. So somehow he managed to talk to the grandparents to help with him employing an assistant. And so in comes Ophelia, the Caucasian woman who became her carer twice a week, and twice a week ended up being 5 days a week, and she was obsessed with Nkem, Anuri's father. And a year later, also, they get married. And this was before she turned 2. So they got married 5 days before she turned 2, and that's where I am. And how she suggested that she become like a social media person, like them sharing social media of Anuri, is how she was suggesting that the family, the late mom's family, don't get access to her. So it's nice to share, like the child's milestones on social media. They can visit her without having to leave their country. And that's how it started. That's how the blogging started. That's how all these things started. So that's where I am
No,
now.
it sounds interesting.
That's
It
where I
actually
get
does.
where
Hmm.
they get married. And yeah, that's how the white woman ends up controlling the kids, the child,
Sure.
and building an
Yo.
empire.
From the child.
Mm.
Mm. The title of the book doesn't suggest what you just explained.
The
But I
back
think
of
we
it
will get to
does.
it.
Mm.
I feel
The
like
back
at
of
some
it.
stage, friend, you'll tell me later on. This is what I'm thinking, ne? I don't. I have no idea. It's the first time I hear about this book, what you read. But I'm thinking, when it comes to the title, maybe a time is gonna come when she's older, and she wants to reintroduce herself because now she's growing up under this
Yeah.
woman, and whatever she comes with,
Public,
and
yeah.
it's not, yeah, full on. She's not full on her culture, her people, and all of that. I feel like that's where maybe the title might come from. But Ompi would
Mm.
let us
Mm.
know. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think what I'm trying to say is that from the title, I get that she needed to present herself as like this is the new me type thing.
Yeah.
Reintroduce
But
herself.
without reading the synopsis, you don't know what the reasoning for needing to introduce yourself
Mm.
Mm.
to people is.
Mm.
But what's written under? What's the subheading under that title? Maybe it says more.
Oh,
Mm.
allow me to introduce myself. Photographed, documented, liked, and shared. Now she's taking back control.
Okay,
Yeah.
that
I think
that
that's
brings it. That brings it
Yeah,
together.
because now
Mm.
we meet her at 25,
Mm.
um, and she's desperate to escape her public past and start living on her own terms.
So this mom is basically an influencer mom.
She's a
but she's not.
momfluencer, yeah.
She's not the
So,
influencer. The kids are.
no, the
She's
kids
just
is the influence.
pressing the buttons.
Yeah,
She's
She's a
yeah.
she's a momager.
No,
momager.
she's
Mm.
cashing in the checks.
Yeah,
That's what she's doing. She's a
empire.
momager.
And the dad is blinded. He does not see what's going on. Oh,
The dad just got somebody else to take care of his child. He doesn't care.
wish.
He's like, it's not no longer my responsibility. Because for
Oh,
me, it's like if you're telling me you haven't gotten over the death of your wife, and it's making it difficult for you to raise your child, how did it make it easy for you to get married again and let
And
your
it
child
doesn't
be raised by
even,
someone else?
yeah, he doesn't even
Unless that was
feature.
his goal. Unless that
Yeah,
was
it
his
doesn't.
goal. That he wanted
Mm,
some relief from, so
from
that
that
now he can breathe in
responsibility.
because
peace.
it was too much for him.
Yeah.
The grief, yeah, and he
Selfishness.
doesn't even feature at the back of the in the description.
Mm,
So I guess it's just a fight for Ophelia and her little sister's freedom, basically.
mm.
Because it
The little
Also, they
sister
says,
have
is a half
kids.
sister.
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
Oh,
her
okay.
life. Can I read the back? Because it says, uh, her life, her rules, finally. Anuri Chinasa has had enough. She was the unwilling star of her stepmother's social media empire before mumfluencers were even a thing. For years, Ophelia documented every birthday, every skinned knee, every milestone and meltdown for millions of strangers to fawn over and pick apart. Now 25 years old, Anuri is desperate to escape her public past and start living on her own terms. But so far, it's not going well. She can barely walk down the street without being recognized. Her PhD application is still unfinished, and her drinking problem is getting worse. She wants her stepmother out of her life, but Ophelia has made it very clear she won't let go without a fight. But when Ophelia starts pushing Anuri's 5-year-old sister, Noelle, down a similar path, she reaches breaking point. Anuri won't watch history repeat itself. Allow me to introduce myself as a darkly funny, heartfelt satire about the dangers of social media and the deceptive allure of a picture perfect existence.
Hmm.
Mm.
Interesting.
So I think the father probably didn't have a say in a way because he liked the fact that the parents back home um, are able to see the child grow every birthday. They can see on social media. He didn't have to didn't have the probably he didn't have the responsibility to go and take her there
I've seen
because
the videos.
yeah,
Don't need
not
it. They don't
build
need
an
to be on
empire.
the internet.
But also, I'm curious on is Ompi frozen? Oh,
No.
I'm curious on the relationship the father and daughter had growing up. Were they communicating? Was she maybe sharing what?
No.
Nothing. Sure.
It doesn't look like it because his grief consumed him so much. All he wanted to do was just work, and that was it.
What about the child's grief, though? She never even got to know her mom.
Yeah.
No, he's selfish. That's all I can say. He's a selfish man. Um, let's quickly check the comments and then we'll do a 1 hour, 15-minute sprint and then we can close off. Semi had just joined us and she was 94% into her book when we started. And she finished it and she said, "Oh my goodness, it's excellent." The Perfect
That's
Wife by
awesome.
JP Delaney, 5 out of 5. I'm definitely
Wow,
saving
Oh
that.
wow.
wow.
I want to
Okay.
know what you know, Sammy. I want to know what
All
you know.
right. We hear you,
Uh,
Sammy.
Jane says, when you want to make the breakfast and Escom tells you you're unworthy. Eh, now you are sitting hungry in your own house like it's a dystopian TV series. Yeah, we feel you.
Also, did they not stop?
Ashley.
Did they not stop load shedding? Are we load shedding again? Did they not
I
stop
saw
the
a
thread?
I
report. I saw a
guess.
They
message, but I
did say
didn't
we're
go
gonna
on.
get those 2 hours,
But it was up
but
until
then
Thursday. there's nothing on my thing about load shedding. It says
Oi,
no
you
load
better
shedding.
not.
Hey, bro, it's no load shedding. So that's why I'm like, why is Escom taking your lights, girl?
There's
I
no
mean,
load shedding.
like
Suspended.
it's worse when it goes and it's not load shedding. At least got load shedding, you know when it's coming back. When it just disappears and you
Mm.
don't know,
Yeah.
Mhm.
then you don't
That
know.
happened here the other time, and it was gone
Mm,
for like a whole day, and no one was giving us clarity on what
any
happened, when is it
updates?
gonna come back, and whatever. And I was working the night shift, so at least if I was working during the day, I could have gone to the office while the kids uh,
It's
were at
cool.
school. So I had to ask Snow if I can come over. Imagine being in somebody's house during the week with your kids who have to go to school the following day
The
and having
next
to stay there
day,
until 10 p.m. because
Yo.
you have to work
yo,
until
because
10
you need to
p.m.
work, and now it's like you are there in their house. You want peace and quiet because you want to work, but the kids are kids.
And these
Come
ones,
on.
and also they're not gonna say it's a school night. They're not gonna stay up until 10. So now they end
No.
up sleeping. Now you have to wake them up, get them home, make sure
Mm,
that they change. And right,
mm-mm. No. This thing is also a parasite.
right. It definitely is dystopia.
Mm.
Real. That's
Ash. Raymond is reading The Lost Love of Akbar Manzil by Shabnam Khan.
Didn't
Ish.
Mm.
Poppy read that at some point? I
I
think
feel
Poppy.
like it. I only know how to say this name because I've heard Umpila say it a bunch of times. Otherwise, my tongue was gonna be lost. Okay, so I'm gonna do 1 hour 15 minutes as the final sprint, and we'll catch up for the last few minutes to say goodbye.
Okay. Cool.
Low. Ooh, battery's low.
Yo,
Alright. Sorry, I just need to charge my laptop. I didn't realize that. How did it go?
What?
How did it go?
it was okay. I had to break down the news that we won't be going. I'm not supposed to
Uh-huh.
drive. I'm not supposed to, you know,
Mm.
and I don't want to Uber to school and back. So I had to break it down to them.
This one, it's at home as well. Maybe there's too much noise in this house. But did you guys manage to read?
Mm. I did manage to read a few pages, and I did also nap. The thing was coming hard.
Was it delicious?
Nap, it was
It
amazing.
sounds like it was delicious.
Yes, it was. So yeah, I
Okay.
even set my alarm. I'm like, I don't want to be late. So yeah,
Mm. But at least we're about to finish up and then you can nap again.
yeah, that's what I'm
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
thinking.
Really.
Just finish it off, and I need to read. I
Yeah.
do.
Mm. Oh,
Hmm.
see how far I am while we are here. Umpi, how did it go for you?
I didn't read much. Between talking to the twins and breaking down that we're not going anyway,
Mm.
I ended up being on social media
Mm.
to talk to my dad, talk to my mom.
Mm.
I also am busy trying to upload a video on TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah, but I read a little bit and I saw the reason why the white woman ended up deciding that this empire was supposed to happen. But yeah,
Mm.
and her parents are racist. I've deduced that as well.
The stepmother's parents.
Yeah, the white parents are at first thought when they got married, they were like, has
Also,
this man done some voodoo on our daughter? You know, like African voodoo. Then the mom was
how did
crying
she even?
hysterically, and they were
I
just
will.
wondering how did this woman end up now falling in love with her employer, and now she's going to be a stepmother to like her little black child, and
My
they
first
went
question is,
ahead and
how
got
did she end
married.
up as an employer in the first place?
And as an employee, she was a
As I
carer.
mean,
I
as an
think,
employee, yes.
yeah, she was a carer. She was just, I guess, she was just au pairing. But yeah, Hmm. But she thought it would be. So she ended up studying the
Yeah.
numbers of
How
her
did it go?
blogs when she was talking about the family, the dynamic, the child, and
Mm.
the like raising her another woman's child, being married to a black man, and she started studying the engagement when her followers would react to her posting pictures of the child as opposed to her and the child. And
Mm.
then so started this whole thing of posting about the
Mm.
child.
And
And
you also don't care about them as much as you would your own child. You don't understand the
I
repercussions
think
of it.
I think social media they couldn't fathom such a beautiful white woman being genuinely caring of a black child that is not hers, and so I guess she fed off of that
Mm. White
because
seed.
Oh, here's another passage that I actually highlighted. It says she found herself at the eye of the perfect content storm, being
Mm,
soft and stunning, yet somehow relatable, raising another woman's child, the complexities of loving a widower, all made for compelling subject matter.
mm,
Fascination beget loyalty, and loyalty beget page views, and what had been positioned as an innocent method to connect Anuri with her far flung family members was now the source of the warmth flooding Ophelia's stomach when she read the comments that first trickled onto, then flooded the page. This was the age of the blogger boom, the era of the mummy blogger and the space for candid portrayals of womanhood and motherhood. So, hmm,
mm. I wanted to put this comment here where Audible says Umpila's book
hmm,
sounds like a true story. Like it literally
It
sounds
does.
like a true story. Because people do a lot of things, Vela, for the sake of views, and obviously views these days means money.
People are
And you
weird.
see how they match to the personality that is acceptable, I guess, from their viewers. So it's just what you kept
guys,
reading. Now
yes,
you,
because and I'm not on the not on the book, but on the tablet. It says Anuri became the vehicle to transport Ophelia out of her previous life, which, privileged as it was unremarkable. By the time
mm,
she and Nkem were married, Ophelia's blog, for of course it was now hers, Fee plus Nuri, was generating enough income from strategically placed banner advertisements that she was able to hand in her notice at the maternity agency where she worked and dispense with her training to be a full time pediatric nurse. When Nkem asked why Nuri's name had been shortened, why the diacritics did not appear, because her name has diacritics.
mm.
Ophelia explained carefully that he shouldn't worry, that it was a matter of analytics.
For the content for wherever this content
And
was,
this child's
the
name has little dots.
apostrophes and yeah,
Yeah, and the bottom of
and
the
all these
U.
things.
So she ended up making it Nuri, like
Yeah, just
Americanized
NURI.
it, and now she's starting to feed off of it. So yes, she worked at a
Okay.
maternity clinic or maternity agency. That's how she ended up, because she was a nurse. So she ended up taking care
Mm,
of Nuri because she was still young when they met. And that's,
mm,
I think you asked how did she end up being an employee, but yeah, she
yeah.
was a nurse, and she oh
Wow. Wow. Mm-mm. And
Yeah.
also for me, it feels like she also placed herself in that situation in the first place because she had a full-time job as a nurse and she
mm,
chose to be this childminder.
mm. So she was a nurse, and then she was working twice a week, and then she started taking an interest in the client, the father,
Mm,
and she would make
extend it.
meals, extra things. She went above and beyond. And
Mm,
then she started the blog because she was saying her far-flung family needed to know their granddaughter, of which was
send them
nice, but
videos.
they
Send
didn't
them videos
understand
though.
they didn't understand why there's a part where kind of where I highlighted as well, because
Mm,
after the death, when they were getting married, Kainene's parents could not understand why they had been reduced to reading the words of another woman and looking at her pictures on the screen of the computer at home. It made no
mm,
sense that Anuri was now a collection of pixels, and this was how they were meant to know her. She was meant to be
mm,
with them as their grandparents, basically.
mm.
As her grandparents, they were meant to be a piece of her salvation. But they had been pushed out by this white woman, and it felt like staring at the sun from the bottom of the ocean. Oh, that just, oh,
Mm.
was sad.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's also the writing. The writing sounds nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mina,
I'm
when I
actually
read,
getting a little bit more interested as you.
yeah, when I read a person's reviews, the reason why I end up choosing to continue with the book, even when a person has DNF'd or rated it a bad star rating, I end up wondering how the writing is, firstly, and
Mm,
because now I know that this is written in more of a satire like um
mm,
against the white woman. I
mm,
actually understand, and now I've opened up my mind to reading this book, and I actually enjoy the audio paired
mm.
with the thing more, because it paints a
Yeah.
beautiful picture of what would have happened to Anuri, and for her to want freedom.
Mm,
So I'd say I agree with these blurbs by Lola Akinmade Akastrom. Remember the author, yeah, In Every Mirror She's Black. She says,
mm,
tack sharp, beautifully told. And
mm.
the author of And the Mountain Sings says, an unput downable read, skillfully written, sharp and
Yeah.
unflinching.
Hmm. Interesting, interesting. I see. Okay, we actually out of time, but when Vu comes back, she'll tell us how it went, and
Okay.
then Umpi, you shall give us more when you return. Vuvu, how
Yes.
did your reading go?
I read a little bit before I took my nap. I am now on
Mm.
page 16. I'm just bored by these kids in high school. I feel like kids in high school should be kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
Mm.
because I was just like, I think the only person that I actually liked is Natalia. Actually, I
I
think
also
I
don't
like
mind the best friend as well. Even still.
Davi. No, I
But
like Davi.
but I always say this. I think that the author is also trying to point out things that are happening in real life and how kids are
Mm,
actually being and how they're actually interacting with one another. So whenever I
mm,
see characters that I feel like are not likable and whatever, I always think,
mm.
is this entirely made up?
Realistic.
Is this how
Mm,
are these days? Because if this is how they are, then it's definitely something that's meant to pull a certain action out of an adult, you know?
mm.
That's the book. But so far I don't hate it. I don't hate the writing, I don't hate the book. I'm just very frustrated by these
The
characters.
characters, yes, and the their actions. Yeah, for me, it's like I like Davi and Natalia. I like her quiet quirkiness, but hey, other people are just too much for me. Mm.
Mm.
But yeah, I got to pay 239. I was mostly listening because I decided to bake. So yeah, um, I'm gonna close off. Almost said I'm gonna close off this vlog. We're gonna close off the sprints. Thank you to everybody who's been here reading with us this morning. Catch us in just about an hour on Umpile's channel. Yes, on Umpile's channel. I hope you guys get a good rest, get something to eat, get some fresh air, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.